5, science, technology, and innovation include education, provision of clean water for human consumption and for production, creative industry, and social protection. 7, management of natural disasters and regional and international commitments. You are most welcome, Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you. The Prime Minister Oh, sorry, I was reading. Okay. Strengthening governance and public sector efficiency with a focus on eliminating corruption. I will repeat this. Strengthening governance and public sector efficiency with a focus on eliminating that disease called corruption. Improving implementation, follow-up, and accountability for results will be a bedrock for effective execution of the above areas. The implication of these interventions is that Uganda's overall GDP will expand from shillings 224.204 trillion, equivalent to US dollars 57.5 billion, and equivalent to US dollars 163.3 billion in purchasing power parity terms in financial year 24-25 to shillings 250.871 trillion, equivalent to US dollars 63.6 billion, translating to US dollars 108.8 billion in purchasing power parity terms in financial year 25-26. The economists will please explain this so that everybody understands these terms. This demonstrates a strong growth path from shillings 1,198.6 income per capita by end of financial year 24-25 to US dollars 1,267.9 as income per capita for financial year 25-26. Therefore, over the span of the NDP 4 period, our macroeconomic outlook will be driven by the following objectives. 1, reduce poverty from the current 20.3% to 14% by financial year 27-30. So 29-30. 2, attaining double-digit growth to double the current GDP by financial year 29-30. 3, achieving an average of 884,962 stock of jobs annually over the National Development Plan 4 period. Digit. Inflation within the target band of 5%, over 5%. 5, pursuing prudent fiscal policy with the aim of supporting macroeconomic stability consistent with regional and domestic fiscal policy rules, specifically ensuring the debt to GDP remains below 50% in present value terms and gradually reduce fiscal deficit to 3% by financial year 2029-30. And lastly, 6, attain an increase in revenue to GDP ratio by 0.5 percentage points annually over the NDP4 period. Performance of NDP 3 key results areas. Honorable Prime Minister and friends, The goal of the NDP3 is increased household incomes and improved quality of life of Ugandans based on 5 strategic objectives, which namely, 1, enhance value addition in key growth opportunities. 2, strengthen the private sector to create jobs. 3, consolidate and increase the stock and the quality of productive infrastructure. 4, enhance the productivity and social well-being of the population. And then 5, strengthen the role of the state in guiding and facilitating development. In line with the above objectives, the following milestones have been achieved as at mid-term evaluation of NDP 3. There has been improvement in household incomes, productivity, quality of life, and well-being of the population. Although in some parts of our country, this is not quite true, but generally it is true. Life expectancy improved to 64 years in financial 2023-24 from 63.3 years in financial year 2017-18. Uganda's per capita income stands now at US dollars 1,146, above the World Bank's lower middle income threshold of US dollars 1,036. Poverty reduced to 20.3% in financial 23-24 from 21.4% in financial year 17-18. Income inequality reduced to 0.52% in the year financial year 2023-24 from 0.565% in the financial year 2022-23. A recent report by the United Nations Development Programme shows that Uganda moved from the low human development category in financial 21-22 to medium human development category in financial year 23-24, reflecting improvements in key human development indicators. Overall, the key human capital development indicators show overall improvement in health, education, water, and social protection. With regard to education and training, the average years of schooling increased from 6.1 in financial year 2017-18 to 11 years in financial year 21-22, while learning adjusted years of schooling increased from 4.5 years to 5 years respectively. The percentage of employers satisfied with the training provided by the TVET institutions increased from 40% to 48.5% over the same period. Primary school net enrollment increased to 91% in financial 19-20 from 82.3% in financial 12-13. At secondary level, gross enrollment rate increased to 36.8% in financial 2019-20 from 33.8% in financial 2012-13. Primary to secondary school transition rate improved to 69.3% in financial 23-24 from 61% in financial 17-18. The survival rates for primary and secondary education were 37% and 29%. With regard to health and well-being of the population, there has been an increase in the percentage of population accessing health care from 44 to 65%. The population living within a 5-kilometer radius of a health facility increased to 91% in 2021 from 86% in 2016-17. Infant mortality rate reduced to 36 per 1,000 live births in financial 23-24 from 43 in financial 17-18. Just please. So should I stop now? After finishing. Okay. Continue. Maternal mortality ratio improved to 189 per 100,000 live births in financial 23-24, surpassing the target of 236. Neonatal mortality rate reduced from 27 per 1,000 live births to 19 out of 1,000. Also, under 5 mortality, Also, under 5 mortality reduced from 64 per 1,000 to 42 per 1,000 live births, with the mortality due to non-communicable diseases, which reduced from 40 to 30%, and mortality due to high-risk communicable diseases, that is malaria, TB, HIV, AIDS, reduced from 60% in 2017 to 30%. With regard to water, sanitation, and environmental protection, sanitation coverage improved to 83% in financial 23-24 from 19% in financial 17-18. Safe water coverage in rural areas improved to 91.3 in financial 23-24 from 73 in financial 17-18. There has been improvement in social protection coverage, though remains below the NDP 3 target. For example, 7.5% of the population is currently accessing health insurance and social insurance compared to the NDP 3 target of 20%, 15% respectively. The country has registered progress in enhancing value addition in key growth opportunities. Manufactured exports saw a significant increase to 27% of total exports in financial year 23-24 from 12.3% in financial year 17-18. The total formal exports increased to $4,919 million in the financial year 22-23 from $2,901 million in financial 17-18. Agro-industrialization. Honorable Prime Minister and all of friends, there has been progress in advancing commercialization and value addition in agriculture. Food security households increased from 60% to 90%. The export value of processed agricultural commodities like coffee, tea, fish, dairy, meat, and maize, and its products increased from US dollars 0.935 billion in financial 2021 to US dollars 2.7 billion in financial year 22-23. There have been increased investments in agricultural value addition infrastructure. Over 2,263 agro-processing facilities have been established across the country, including the zonal industrial hubs and national industrial parks and urban markets. What remains going forward is addressing the constraints to capacity utilization. In particular, 40% of the agro-processing facilities are non-functional, while 30% are performing below capacity. There has been improvement in harvest, post-harvest handling, and storage facilities, mainly in the grain and dairy industries. A cumulative storage capacity for grains has increased to 1,236,219 metric tons in financial 22-23 from 550,000 metric tons in the year 17-18. This has contributed to a reduction in post-harvest losses for grain from 37% in the year 17-18 to about 18.2% in financial 22-23. Similarly, storage capacity for dairy products has increased to 3 million liters in financial 22-23 from 2.7 in financial 17-18. Now I turn to tourism development. During the period of financial 2024-25, public investment of about shillings 2.9 trillion has been undertaken in the tourism industry. As a result of this sustained investment, Uganda's tourism showcased exceptional resilience by achieving a recovery of 82.6% of the pre-pandemic international arrivals, reaching 1,274,210 visitors by end of 2023, compared with only 814,508 in 2022. The compliance of tourism businesses with national and international service standards rose to 55% from 34%. International tourism receipts increased by 48.5% in 2023, rising from 2.57 trillion Uganda shillings in 2022 to shillings 3.819 trillion in year 2023. Petroleum development. There has been progress in establishing value addition, transportation and storage infrastructure for petroleum. The upstream petroleum project has advanced with drilling works in preparation for production and construction of support infrastructure, such as roads, the international airport, and water transport infrastructure. There is a significant progress in the development of the East African crude oil pipeline, such as land acquisition, resettlement of affected persons, and commencement of construction. Land for construction of the refinery has been already acquired. Also, there has been efforts to increase the stock of skilled human capital for the extractive industries. Through partnership with private and development partners, 11,021 Ugandans have been trained in both technical and vocational aspects of the petroleum industry between 2017 and 2022, with 940 attaining industry certification. Now, mineral development. Right Honorable Prime Minister and friends, there has been progress in establishing value addition, transportation and storage infrastructure for minerals. Value addition infrastructure in the form of cement and ceramics factories, marble, limestone, pozzolana, feldspars, and kaolin, refineries for gold, and smelting plants for iron ore and tin have been established. 2 beneficiation centers have been established in Ntungamo and Kabarole districts to support value addition. Establishment of minerals analysis laboratories is ongoing to cover all mineral resources in our country. Also, there have been efforts to reduce formality and increase adoption of appropriate technologies in the mining industry. 2 mineral beneficiation centers to train and skill miners in best mining equipment use and practices have been established. The artisan miners are being organized, registered, and licensed to undertake mining activities. Between financial 2021 and 23-24, 7,530 small-scale miners were registered and 24 associations have been formed. Consolidating and increasing the stock of quality of productive infrastructure, energy infrastructure. At the current suppressed demand level, adequate electricity generation capacity has been built, tripling in the last 13 years. Energy generation capacity increased to 2,046.8 megawatt in financial 23-24 from 984 megawatt in financial 17-18. Households with access to electricity rose to 57% in financial 23-24 from 21% in financial 17-18. This increase was largely due to increased uptake of the off-grid technologies such as mini-grids, standalone solar systems, and solar home kits. As such, electricity consumption per capita increased to 218 kilowatt hours in financial 23-24 from 1,000 kilowatt hour in financial year 17-18. The current grid availability at distribution is 75% with a loss of 18.7. The transmission network coverage has increased to 4,518.7 kilometers in financial 23-24 from 2,354 kilometers in financial 17-18. Transport infrastructure. Honorable Prime Minister and colleagues and friends, investment in road transport infrastructure has significantly improved connectivity, providing potential for better movement of people, trade, and tourism. By financial 23-24, 29.4% of the national road network was paved from 21.1% in financial 17-18. The proportion of freight cargo transported by railway increased to 8% in financial 23-24 from 3.5% in financial year 17-18. Travel time by rail from Kampala to Mombasa improved to 15 days, down from 19 days in financial year 17-18. I am very alert about a number of roads which are not in good shape, including those in our city here. But those are less than the ones which we are doing very well. At an appropriate time, we shall show you what is happening. ICT infrastructure. The cost of internet access has progressively reduced to US $35 in financial year 2023 per megabyte per second from US $70 in financial year 17-18. Accordingly, the commercial internet service providers have slashed their prices for 1 megabyte per month to an average of $85 from $237 over the same period. The internet penetration rate improved to 55% in financial 23-24 from 25% in financial 17-18. The percentage of the population subscribed to the internet rose to 53% in 2022 from 1.2% in 2010. In addition, the national backbone infrastructure has increased to 4,209 kilometers in financial 22-23 from 1,380 kilometers in financial year 10-11. And broadband coverage has increased to 85% in financial year 22-23 from 74% in financial year 17-18. Between 2017 and June 2024, the internet usage increased from 25% to 63.7%. Progress has been registered in strengthening the role of the state in guiding and facilitating development. With regard to peace and security, substantial capacity has been built to respond to security threats. The country has invested in modernizing its military and police forces, incorporating advanced technology, improved training programs to better respond to internal and external threats. With regard to addressing corruption, Uganda has put in place an elaborate policy, legal and institutional framework to combat corruption. Decisive action is being taken to investigate and prosecute the offenders. The sooner we do it, the better. With regard to legislation and oversight, there have been efforts to enhance evidence-based legislation and the capacity of legislative actors. There is improved use of evidence to support legislation through strengthened collaboration and comprehensive collection of data. Now I turn enhancing efficiency of government. With regard to improving efficiency of government, several reforms have been implemented, and these include: 1. Rationalization of government agencies, RAPEX. Government is implementing the rationalization of agencies in line with the recent approvals by Parliament and the Cabinet. Out of the 40 bills submitted to Parliament for approval, 23 were passed, 17 are still pending legislation. To ensure efficient and effective financial management during RAPEX, my ministry has issued specific financial management guidelines aimed at safeguarding public assets during the rationalization process and ensuring compliance to the relevant laws during the process. Rollout of human capital management system. The system was rolled out to automate human resource management across 140 MDAs. It is integrated with the integrated financial management system and the program budgeting system to facilitate payment of staff salaries. New Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Regulation 2023. Following the amendment of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act, PPDA Act, government issued new regulations which became effective in February this year to guide public procurement and disposal of public asset processes. These changes are expected to significantly improve the speed and efficiency of procurement operations. Implementation of the electronic procurement system to further enhance transparency and accountability and improve efficiency in public sector programming. Government is implementing e-government to automate public procurement and disposal processes. Rollout of the asset management framework and guidelines. This framework provides accounting officers with comprehensive guidance on managing government assets in an effective, efficient, and transparent manner. Enhancement of public financial management automation to further improve efficiency, effectiveness, transparency, and accountability in the use of public funds. Government has continued to enhance the automation of public financial management processes. The Integrated Financial Management System, popularly known as FMS, was extended to the last 5 local governments, Uganda's embassies in Cuba and Rwanda, and entities with branches and regional offices like NARO, KCCA, and the Ministry of Water and Environment, to provide a platform for timely and efficient execution of their budgets. IFMS was integrated with Integrated Revenue Administration System deployed in district local governments to facilitate efficient and timely collection of local revenues. Now, the economic growth strategy. Right Honorable Prime Minister and friends, based on the immense economic potential of our country, we propose to anchor the budget strategy on the strategic direction of the NDP 4 as approved by Cabinet and the 10-fold growth strategy of building the size of our economy from the current GDP of $53 billion to $500 billion by the year 2040. This target to grow the economy by leveraging the ATMS underpinned by the goal of full monetization of Uganda's economy by eliminating the 39% subsistence economy and reducing the size of informal sector. Let me repeat this. These targets to grow the economy by leveraging the ATMs underpinned by the goal of full monetization of Uganda's economy by eliminating the 39 subsistence economy and reducing size of informal sector. Agro-industrialization and light manufacturing, the target is to generate annual export earnings of $20 billion by financial 39-40. 2, tourism development. The target is to generate annual export earnings of shillings 50 billion. 3, mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas. The target is to generate annual export earnings of shillings 25 billion. Science, technology, and innovation, including creative industry and ICT. This is a multiplier anchor program with a huge economic-wide growth impact. The implication of growing the economy tenfold, therefore, means 1, shifting the economic growth rate to a higher trajectory, to an average real economic growth rate of about 8% per annum. With the onset of commercial production of oil and gas, this growth will go to double digit. 2, more than doubling the size of the economy every 5 years for the next 15 years. 3, raising per capita GDP sixfold from the current US dollars 1,146 to about US dollars 7,000 in 2040. 4, doubling the level of savings in the economy from 2% of GDP to 40% of GDP in 2040 to match the required level of investment. Raise the share of exports in GDP from 15% in financial year 22-23 to 50%, and the share of manufactured products in merchandise export from 13% to 50%, and medium-high tech exports from 21% to 50% by 2040. And increase the annual FDI inflows from US dollars 3.04 billion as at April 2024, driven by investments in oil and gas to US dollars 50 billion by 2040. Therefore, to achieve this ambition, we shall undertake a change in the execution of public business to take full advantage of the new ways of doing things, especially with emerging technologies, invest in new sources of growth that is the new emerging sectors, and leverage the new markets, trade, and economic relationships. Honorable Prime Minister and friends, the first 5 years of the 10-fold growth strategy will be implemented under NDP 4. During the NDP 4 period, 26 to 30, emphasis will be on 1, achieving the goal of the plan, which is to achieve higher household incomes and employment for sustainable socio-economic transformation. This goal is to be achieved under the theme Sustainable Industrialization for Inclusive Growth, Employment, and Wealth Creation. Overall, the NDP4 strategic objectives aim to achieve industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. The plan has 5 strategic objectives, namely, 1, sustainably increase production, productivity, and value addition in agriculture, minerals, oil and gas, tourism, ICT, and financial services. 2, enhance human capital development along the entire life cycle. 3, support the private sector to drive growth and create jobs. 4, build and maintain strategic sustainable infrastructure in transport, housing, energy, water, industry, and ICT. And finally, strengthen good governance, security, and the role of the state in development. The detailed priority settings across the various programs is being finalized through the Program Implementation Action Plan, and these will inform annual budgeting going forward. The budget strategy and priority areas of focus for financial 25-26. The theme: to concretize the gains so far achieved during the 3rd National Development Plan and the NRM Manifesto 21-26, and in order to propel the economy to higher levels of socio-economic transformation towards double digit, we have agreed to maintain the theme for the coming financial year's budget as follows: full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. The objective. Honorable Prime Minister and friends, the overall objective of the financial 25-26 budget strategy is to strengthen economic growth drivers that underpin the restoration of the economy back to the medium-term growth path and directly contribute to the expansion of GDP tenfold from the current $53 billion to $500,000 billion by 2040 and double to $100 billion by financial 29-30. The budget strategy for the next financial year is therefore based on the principles of tenfold growth strategy, the gains, the lessons learned, the opportunities from the NDP 3, as well as now and the NDP 4 strategic direction. This demonstrates continuity of our socio-economic transformation strategy. This strategy underscores employment, wealth creation, and higher household incomes by prioritizing key enablers to accelerate growth. Priority areas of the budget strategy. Honorable Prime Minister, in line with the tenfold growth strategy, the fourth National Development Plan, the NRA Manifesto, and the priority areas of this year's budget, we propose the following areas to guide the planning and budgeting process for financial 25-26. Prioritizing the first phase accelerator actions of the tenfold growth strategy, which include: 1. Full monetization of Uganda's economy through effective implementation of wealth creation initiative like Pillar 3 of the PDM, Emyoga, the GROW, and the INVITE projects, UDB and UDC support, among others. 2. Agro-industrialization with a focus on fully commercializing and formalizing farming, as well as undertaking strategic value addition for export. 3. Tourism development with a focus on increasing tourism arrivals by 5-fold under the current spend per tourist and length of stay. 4. Mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas, with a focus on undertaking qualification of mapped mineral deposits and their governance regime and delivering the first oil. 5. Science, technology, and innovation with a focus on fast-tracking commercialization of ongoing innovations in pathogen control and management for vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. Agro-industrialization. Right Honorable Prime Minister and friends, under this program, we propose to undertake the following accelerator actions to raise annual export earnings to $20 billion by year 2040. 1. Facilitating the process of access to credit for small farmers at affordable costs, increasing long-term capital for SMEs to support agro-industrialization through UDB, PDM, SEF, Small Business Recovery Fund, Agriculture Guarantee Scheme, World Bank funded INVITE, and GROW programs. Facilitate vertical and horizontal value addition to support production of high-value multi-input products like nutrition food, baby foods that use several products like milk, eggs, maize, vegetables, fruits, etc. 3. Improving agricultural production, productivity, and profitability, especially through provision of fertilizers, quality seed, and seedlings for better yields per acre. 4. Supporting farmers to access micro-scale irrigation systems. 5. Implementing of the warehouse receipt system to help sensitization, education, financing, transportation, and aggregation, storage, quality standards, and linkage to markets. 6. Effective enforcement and implementation of rules and regulation to support exports such as beef, horticulture, and other agricultural products. 7, implementation and mainstreaming of climate change mitigation strategies. And lastly, 8, diversifying the sources of electricity and invest in expanding the geographical coverage to support agro-industrialization. Tourism development, Right Honorable Prime Minister, unlocking the constraints to tourism development will require the following interventions in order to boost growth and be able to realize the US $50 billion. 1, improving the roads, ICT, and infrastructure in all tourism sites. 2, ensuring security and encountering negative publicity and negative travel adversaries. 3, promotion and marketing by hiring international specialized consultants and bodies. 4, supporting training in hospitality and setting standards. 5, grading of tourism facilities based on international standards and enforcement of sanitation standards. 6, promotion of health tourism for health services and education tourism targeting regional markets. 7, promoting the untapped domestic tourism market to help sustain tourist facilities in very low seasons. Minerals-based and industrial development, including oil and gas. The minerals industrial development. The development of the mining sector and its value chains through establishment of a conglomerate of specific companies in this sector to operate and undertake mineral processing in Uganda will entail the following. 1, mapping of mineral resources for the country and documenting the mineral potential for strategic investors. 2, establishing a minerals tracking system to ease exports. 3, establishment of the National Mining Company as a commercial vehicle for investment and trading in minerals. Capitalization of this company will commence this financial year. Putting in place a government framework for the putting in place a governance framework for the exploration and development of the mineral sector. 5, ensuring transparency in mining activities and equity partners. 3, completing the construction of Kabaleg International Airport by providing the required financing requirement in financial 24-25, which is shillings 162 billion. 4, prioritization of the Kabaleg Industrial Business Park to include the petrochemical industries arising from the oil refinery, ECOP activities, and the airport infrastructure. 5, the development of the refined oil facility in Ujuko. 6, strengthening the Uganda Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative to improve the governance of extractive industries. And then 7, issuance of additional exploration licenses to increase production volumes. Science, technology, innovation, and knowledge economy. The Right Honorable Prime Minister and all of you friends, harnessing the power of the 4th Industrial Revolution and the knowledge-based economy will require the following. I repeat, the Right Honorable Prime Minister and friends, harnessing the power of the 4th Industrial Revolution and the knowledge-based economy will require the following. 1, supporting research and development, R+D, for new product development, new business ways, and innovation. 2, fast-tracking development and commercialization of investment already made in the automobile industry, electronics, and the pathogen economy for production of vaccines and artificial intelligence. 3, strengthening partnerships with private sector research and development institutions and scientists in the pathogenic and knowledge economy. 4, deliberate investment to improve the quality of education, skills development, and investment in ICT-based skills development. 5, putting in place a strategy for long-term development of specialized skills to support a more sophisticated and diversified economy. 6, developing an effective apprenticeship program with more developed and emerging economies to quickly acquire knowledge, expertise, and technology transfer. 7, linking research hubs with universities and industry operators. 8, putting in place a reward system and a functional transparent patent system for innovation. Let me repeat this. Putting in place a reward system and a functional transparent patent system for innovation. I'm about to finish. I can see some of you wanting to sleep. Sustaining peace and security, macroeconomic stability, as well as strengthening governance and public sector of efficiency. Now, we have finished that one. Now, financing plan for financial year 25-26. Honorable, Right Honorable Prime Minister, and all of you friends, we shall finance the budget for financial year 25-26 using our domestic resources as well as external resources. However, as I already indicated, external financing has been on the decline, and this calls for strengthening the implementation mechanism of our domestic revenue mobilization strategy. In this regard, we shall undertake the following. 1, repurpose the resources in the current budget and improve allocative efficiency to focus on prioritized sectors of the economy in the context of fiscal consolidation, greater accountability for tax expenditure, improving return on public investment. 2, effective implementation of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy, with a major focus on combating tax evasion and smuggling. 3, incentivize diversification of private capital to balance government securities vis-a-vis other forms of private finance, e.g. equities. 4, rethinking the reform of the pension sector, insurance, and capital markets, e.g. infrastructure bonds, to unlock the huge financing potential. 5, form a conglomerate of equity companies around the mineral reserves, assets owned by government, and attract private capital by listing shares. 6, further exploration of oil and gas reserves to increase revenue that can finance other sectors of our economy. 7, leveraging affordable and sustainable financing through adequate capitalization of UDB, UDC, SEF, BSRF, EMIOGA, ECT. 8, incentivizing and promotion of corporate debt financing to relieve government of the debt burden generated from financing such institutions, e.g., corporate bonds with more favorable terms for institutions like UDB, UDC, National Water and Sewage Corporation. 9, attracting more foreign direct investment through sound economic and financial policies, infrastructure development, reducing the cost of doing business, improving governance of government institutions and the corporate sector. 10, integrating PPPs in both social and the commercial sector, roads, institutional housing, waste management. 11, diversify public finance options by implementing the public investment financing strategy, including concessional and commercial loans, Islamic financing, climate financing, and others. Right Honorable Prime Minister and honorable friends, permanent secretaries, and accounting officers, I wish to remind you that the Public Finance Management Act, and listen very carefully, PFMA 2015, as amended, gives sole responsibilities to the minister responsible for finance to mobilize and receive financing to support the budget. Therefore, all requests for development assistance should be made by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of the respective ministries, departments, and agencies. Please don't say I'm trying to be selfish. I'm talking about the law. MDAs are not mandated to seek financing directly from development partners. In addition, all projects and programs funded by development partners in Uganda shall be signed off by the minister responsible for finance in line with the laws of Uganda. This will ensure that there is no duplication of effort by different partners and the government. Risks and mitigation measures. Right Honorable Prime Minister and friends, we are cognizant of some risks that could undermine the implementation of the budget for next financial year. These risks and mitigation measures include: 1, global factors resulting in high interest rates, high cost of debt, external trade, tourism, FDI disruptions, as well as lower than projected performance by URA. To deal with this, we shall continue strengthening efforts to increase domestic revenue mobilization and implementation of economic and commercial diplomacy for sustaining trade, tourism, and FDI flows. 2, climate change issues. To hedge against this, we shall continue implementing the climate change adaptation and mitigation measures across the various programs. 3, effectiveness of public institutions, especially dealing with weak implementation and corruption. We shall continue implementing the public sector efficiency reforms, including rationalization of government departments and agencies, as well as intensifying the fight against corruption. I'm concluding now. I therefore wish to implore upon affected municipalities and now cities to be that as you start the budgeting process for financial year 25-26, be aware that there are local governments that will be annexed to the cities. Therefore, prioritize and allocate funds for preparatory activities such as physical planning, surveying, mapping of the gazetted areas of jurisdiction, and avoid conflict with the neighboring lower local government. Conclusion: Honorable Prime Minister, in line with the Public Finance Management Act as amended, the following are the next steps. 1. Issuance of the first budget call circular to give detailed guidance to all programs, ministries, departments, and agencies to start preparation of the financial year 2025-26 budget framework paper in line with the strategy. Completion of the NDP 4 and a detailed program implementation action plans that will detail the actions required to implement the strategy. Preparation of national budget framework paper to be submitted to Parliament by 31st December 2024. I thank you for listening to me, for God and my country. It's now my pleasure, Mama, to invite you to address the gathering. Thank you.
You can sit. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ministers present, the Honorable Members of Parliament, representatives of the diplomatic corps, the permanent secretaries, the President of the Uganda Local Government Association, the Chairman of Uganda Urban Authorities, all local government leaders, all accounting officers, members of the civil society organizations, the private sector representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings and best wishes from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. He was unable to come today because of many other state engagements, and so he requested me to come and be here on his behalf. And so on behalf of the President, I take this honor to welcome you all to this National Budget Conference for the financial year 2025-2026. And thank you for coming. We are here to consult with you as key stakeholders on the priority areas that will guide the budget for the next financial year. And this is in pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended. And these provisions guide that the preparation of a national budget is conducted in a transparent and consultative manner. On account of that, we are jointly gathered here today as we start the preparation of the budget of the financial year 2025-2026. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, following the guidance from His Excellency the President, the theme for next year's budget is full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening social services, digital transformation, and market access. The above theme is consistent with the provision or with the vision of the NRM government of increasing household incomes and improving people's standards of living to achieve social economic transformation of Uganda. You will recall at this time last year, we convened at Kororo ceremonial ground to discuss the budget priorities for the financial year 2024-2025, and we agreed on 7 key growth areas as follows. 1, peace and security. That is peace and security for all the people of Uganda. We prioritized roads and bridges maintenance and rehabilitation of meter gauge railway and the construction of standard gauge railway and water transport. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, we prioritized electricity with a focus on enhancing transmission. Wealth creation initiatives like PDM, Emioga, Agricultural Credit Facility, Microfinance Support Center, to mention but a few. Science, technology, and innovation, including ICT, that's the knowledge economy. Investing in the people of Uganda through human capital development, including health, education, provision of clean water for human consumption and for production, creative industry and social protection, management of natural disasters, and lastly, regional and international commitments. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has already provided accountability on the above areas in his speech. The honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, starting this next financial year, 2025-2026, and over the medium term, the NRM government is committed to building and expanding the size of our economy from the current GDP of $50 billion to $500 billion by the year 2040, anchored on tenfold growth strategy. This calls for involvement of all actors in the growth and development agenda of this country. Based on the strategic policy direction by His Excellency the President, and in order to realize the above target in the National Development Plan 4 strategy and the NRM manifesto of 2021-2026, the following areas will guide the overall planning and budgeting processes for the next year and over the medium term. 1, as already mentioned, full monetization of Uganda's economy through wealth creation driven by the Paris Development Model, Emioga, generating growth opportunities for women, that is commonly known as GROW, investment for industrial transformation and employment, invite, capitalization of Uganda Development Bank, and such related grants. Honorable members, the GROW and invite projects are to allow government to extend affordable credit to small and medium enterprises. Agro-industrialization and light manufacturing. Tourism development, mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas. Science, technology, and innovation, including creative industry, and ICT. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has already provided details of the above strategic areas in his presentation of the budget strategy for the financial year 2025-2026. As you all know, Uganda's economy has fully recovered from both external and domestic shocks that previously hampered growth over the past 3 financial years, and is now on the right growth trajectory. As a government, we are shifting the economic growth rate to a higher trajectory of an average real economic growth rate of about 8% per annum. And with the onset of the commercial production of oil and gas, this growth will go to double digit. I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Uganda and all of you, the NRM leaders, for guaranteeing the following 5 key policy areas through the current NRM manifesto of 2021-2026. 1, creating wealth and jobs. Number 2, delivering education and health. And number 3, ensuring justice and equity, protecting life and property, and achieving economic and political integration. Honorable members, the financial year 2025-2026 will be the last year of implementation of the current manifesto, and therefore, as government, we shall be giving back accountability to the people of Uganda as we head towards the 2026 polls. As we go into the detailed planning and budgeting for the financial year 2025-2026, I call upon all the ministers, the accounting officers of government, to ensure full implementation of the government priorities aligned to the 7 strategic priorities, as I earlier mentioned, and the 5 key growth areas which will facilitate the achievement of the double-digit growth. Line ministers, as supervisors, and accounting officers are going to be held accountable to deliver on these areas. I repeat, line ministers who are supervisors and accounting officers are going to be held accountable to deliver on these areas. Failure under your programs shall be held against you. In conclusion, the financial year 2025-2026 comes at a time when government has committed to lift and grow the economy. The 10-fold growth strategy, the 4th National Development Plan, the NRM Manifesto, and the other policy areas that will be agreed upon from time to time are the major channels for achieving these aspirations. I call upon all to focus on this budget strategy to guide the planning process as well as resource allocation. Your full involvement in today's occasion is highly appreciated. It is now my honor to officially open the national budget for the financial year 2025-2026 officially open. I thank you all for coming, for God and my country.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, together with the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, for clearly articulating the budget strategy for next financial year, 25-26. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we've made some few changes in the program. We are going to take a health break, and after the break, we'll be back to take us through the different papers that are going to be presented by our local development partners, together with the representatives of the civil society organizations, the private sector, and also the local government administration. Through you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I request that you invite us to tea and coffee for just 15 minutes, and then we'll be back for this session on the different papers that are going to be presented, together with the plenary session on the national budget strategy. Thank you so much.
Honorable ministers and everybody present for this budget conference, I request that you accept my invitation and we go for a break. Thank you so much.
Sit down.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, the ministers present, and also permanent secretaries will be led by the Director Budget to attend, that has been organized for us to take the health break just at my extreme left. Thank you so much. Mr. Magona is going to lead us to that tent at my extreme left. Thank you. We'll be back at exactly 12:30 so that we can continue with our program. Thank you. come and address us. And then after that paper, the position paper from our local development partners, we'll proceed with the paper from the civil society organizations. And then we'll have a representative of the private sector. And finally, we'll have a paper on local government administration by the president of ULGA. And then we'll go into the plenary session on the national budget strategy. Mr. Yost, you're most welcome to the podium to present your position paper on behalf of the local development partners. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Permanent Secretaries, representatives of the civil society organizations and the private sector, members of the diplomatic community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Local Development Partners Group, I wish to thank you, Honorable Minister, for inviting us today to the National Budget Conference for fiscal year 2025-2026. This is an important event, which will set the tone for key policy and spending discussions and decisions over the next financial year. As development partners, we would like to use this opportunity to reaffirm our partnership in sustaining and accelerating development outcomes in Uganda. Our official development assistance to Uganda, which amount to over $2.1 billion in 2022, or equivalent of 5% of Uganda's GDP, fully aligns with Uganda's development targets. We commend the government's ambition to accelerate sustainable development and economic growth through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access, being the focus of the 25-26 budget. At the same time, we call for continued commitment to fiscal consolidation, including tax administration reforms, rationalization of VAT and income tax exemptions, and several additional tax policy measures, and the better management of current spending and domestically financed capital spending. We encourage the government to ensure effective budget management, not only at the central level, but also at the local levels and within line ministries. We also encourage the government to continue the structural reforms to improve fiscal management and ring-fencing resources to protect the poor. We commit to supporting the government of Uganda in its endeavors to use resources effectively and efficiently. This conference is taking place after a highly successful high-level economic growth forum held a few weeks ago. Many key recommendations were proposed at that forum, and we trust that these recommendations will help guide the budgeting process for the coming financial year and beyond. We believe that the fundamental underpinning reforms in climate change adaptation and mitigation, industrialization and value addition, urbanization, tourism and domestic revenue mobilization were identified and, if implemented, can facilitate change. We commend the government on developing the tenfold growth strategy, which aims to expand Uganda's GDP from $50 billion to $500 before 2040. This ambitious strategy is needed for the country. However, achieving its targets will require steady and continued reforms in critical areas of fiscal strategy, debt management, human capital development, climate change, governance, and accountability. We are committed to supporting the effective implementation of the strategy and embark with the government on the reforms agenda. Given that we are here to consult on the budget, the development partners would like to emphasize a few priorities for the 2025-2026 budget. First, domestic revenue mobilization. The ambitious targets in the domestic resource mobilization strategy can partially be achieved by improving revenue collection through closing the existing loopholes in tax administration and rationalizing tax expenditures that have grown substantially over recent years and eroded the tax base equal to around 12.5% of total tax collections in 22-23. We encourage the government to effectively implement the public investment financing strategy, which provides a framework for widening the scope of mobilization of financial resources from domestic, external, and innovative financing solutions, especially climate financing. At the same time, we encourage the government to further prioritize the development and capacity building of effective and accountable public institutions prepared to fight corruption and impunity, as also emphasized clearly by His Excellency the President, and as we heard this morning from the Honorable Minister. The second point is human capital development. We commend the government for the increased budget allocation for the Human Capital Development Program in the national budget. However, recent World Bank Public Expenditure Review showed that public spending on education, health, and social protection has been consistently low by the standards of comparable countries and not consistent with Uganda's population growth rate or development. Consequently, Uganda's underinvestment in human capital is adversely impacting on the future productivity of its citizens. This is evidenced by the World Bank's Human Capital Index, which shows that a child born today in Uganda will only be at 38% or as productive when she grows up as she could be if she enjoyed complete education and health. Therefore, Uganda could double productivity of its workforce by 2040 by prioritizing improvements in human capital development. We thus encourage the government to increase investment in human capital development, especially education, health, and social protection. Given that the fiscal space is tight, this type of spending would have to be prioritized against other outlays that are less important for economic growth and development impact. A third point is agricultural productivity. With high potential of agriculture to reduce poverty, as well as to drive industrialization, the focus and emphasis accorded to agriculture in the budget should be appropriate. We encourage the government to increase the focus on A, incentivizing and stimulating farmers and private sector to improve production and productivity, and B, creating an enabling environment for them to develop and invest. This can be done through investment in public goods, such as agricultural extensions, access to affordable finance, research, the promotion of climate-smart farming practices, the control of pests and diseases in an environmentally friendly manner, the use of irrigation, the development of produce marketing networks, and strengthened inspection, certification, and standardization, including sanitary and phytosanitary standards. Number 4, green growth and climate change adaptation and mitigation. Uganda is a global green frontrunner, but Uganda's human, national, and physical assets are all vulnerable to climate change. Green growth requires accelerating support for green industrial growth, including the expansion of renewable energy, inclusion of climate change adaptation initiatives in the design of infrastructure projects, and safeguarding water resources. Recent experience in Uganda underlies the importance of ensuring any new infrastructure is climate resilient, so production is not disrupted by extreme weather events. We commend the efforts by the government of Uganda, spearheaded by the Ministry of Finance, to find new ways of mobilizing green finance in partnership with development partners. We encourage the government to further create an enabling environment for green investment, such as finalizing the taxonomy for green economic activities, and to work with the private sector and financial institutions to leverage additional investment in renewable energy and climate adaptation. At the same time, more investment in power connectivity and access to low-cost electricity need to be prioritized. Point 5, public investment management. We commend government reforms to improve public investment management, which have led to some improvements. However, these improvements are undermined by challenges in critical areas, including project prioritization and selection, budgeting and implementation. To address these constraints, we encourage the government to strengthen the gatekeeping function by introducing a legally binding seal of quality at the end of the appraisal stage. The use of the project life cycle approach in the allocation of resources, especially ensuring adequate provision of counterpart funding for externally financed projects and for operation and for maintenance. Reduce ad hoc projects, build project implementation capacities, and strengthen and streamline the monitoring and evaluation functions of the public investment management system. Point 6, local government funding. We appreciate government commitments towards improving funding, especially in health, education and water for local governments. However, more needs to be done to enable them to invest in and run basic services. We encourage the government to increase the funding to local governments to effectively provide decentralized services. We also encourage the government to support local governments to raise their own revenues through effective implementation of the local government revenue mobilization strategy. In addition, we encourage the government to continue the fiscal transfer reform program, the integrated revenue administration system, and the electronic local governance revenue collection system that have brought enormous efficiency improvements in the transfer of funds to the local revenue mobilization. These 6 priorities constitute areas of consensus among local development partners as we look at the economic and fiscal environment in the coming years. Right Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Minister, let me conclude by thanking you again on behalf of the Local Development Partner Group for inviting us to participate in this important conference and to reiterate our commitment to the development of Uganda. We wish you successful deliberations in designing a budget that will address current economic challenges and support the ambitious country development agenda. We look forward to further discussions on how we, the development partners, can best engage to support sustainable and inclusive growth in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you, the representative of the local development partners for the priority areas that you have mentioned, which are actually in line with the budget strategy for next financial year 2025-2026 in the areas of improvement of the Human Capital Development Program, agricultural productivity, green growth, and the mobilization of green finance for green investments, but also public investment management. I'm going to call upon the representative of the civil society organizations, Dr. Arthur Binomgisha, the Executive Director for Accord, to also present the joint paper by the civil society organizations. Dr. Arthur, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremonies, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Ministers present, the PSST, and the permanent secretaries present, and heads of agencies, government partners, civil society, private sector, and the first estate present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of civil society organizations that work closely with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development under BTI, Budget Transparency Initiative, I wish to present this position paper as from the civil society perspective, that has been developed by CS Bank and Accord, but on behalf of civil society organizations. So the ideas that I present here are not my own alone, but the entire civil society sector. That's a disclaimer. Ladies and gentlemen, the civil society brings in this equation the inconvenient truth so that we become uncomfortable as people in government and develop this country. I think there is a sense of urgency to develop this country because we've been skirting around under development for a long time. But to begin with, the civil society organizations are very grateful to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and indeed the government of the Republic of Uganda for giving us the opportunity to engage in a partnership to strengthen the planning and the budgeting process for this country. This participation reflects the government's commitment to transparency, which is an achievement that places Uganda among the global leaders in the budget process. The 2023 Open Budget Survey report by the International Budget Partnership ranked Uganda above her peers in East Africa in terms of budget transparency. As a matter of fact, which is an achievement. Thank you for appreciating that. So Uganda ranks #1 compared to the other countries in the region, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania. According to the Open Survey report, Uganda performed, it scored 59% out of 100, above Kenya's 55%, Rwanda's 50%, Tanzania's 41%. While we have done well here, this is not deemed adequate. What is deemed adequate is if we score 61%. So we are just 2 points shy of the 61, which is deemed adequate. So we need to continue to up our game. Stakeholder inclusion is not only a hallmark of transparency, but a key pillar of fiscal discipline. It is one of the critical public finance reforms that has strengthened macroeconomic and fiscal policy formulation. As we witness continued improvements in revenue administration, budget formulation, and financial reporting, we remain dedicated to supporting the government of Uganda in sustaining and advancing these reforms for the benefit of all Ugandans. The fiscal year 2025-26 is the first implementation year of our fourth National Development Plan, which will be the first 5 years of the strategy for growing the economy tenfold, from USD 50 billion to USD 500 billion by 2040. The ambitious target to grow Uganda's GDP tenfold by 2040 requires a shift away from the business as usual, necessitating a watertight fiscal strategy and sprint implementation. Achieving this increase will demand an average annual growth rate of approximately 12%, far exceeding our historical trends. To achieve this ambitious growth strategy, as outlined by the Prime Minister, by the Minister, and the Permanent Secretary, civil society organizations recommend that attention be paid to the following issues. Right Honorable Prime Minister, this is what civil society recommend for us to be able to achieve that ambition. And it's good to be ambitious, and I know we can achieve it in our time. So, so the following issues that we need to pay attention to include: one, prudent debt management. Prudent debt management. Uganda's debt situation has become a growing concern in recent years, driven by public borrowing to finance infrastructure projects and development initiatives, which is a good thing. The public debt stands at currently at 97.499 trillion Uganda shillings, and that's as of the Auditor General report of 2023, June. According to the December report from Bank of Uganda, Uganda spends 32% of its revenue on debt servicing, which is a huge chunk of our budget to service the debt. So while borrowing has funded key infrastructure improvements in transport, in energy, and health, heavy reliance on both domestic and external loans with minimum positive impact on the economy acquired from some sources that are very high raises the concerns about our debt sustainability. So what do we recommend as civil society? We recommend to prioritize borrowing, because every country borrows. We cannot say we do away with borrowing. But it is important that we prioritize borrowing for high return projects. Governments should adopt a more selective borrowing strategy, ensuring that loans are directed towards projects with clear economic benefits and long-term returns. Of course, this includes energy, agriculture, and industrialization. We also recommend strengthening project assessment and implementation frameworks to evaluate economic returns and risks during loan contraction and project implementation. We have a situation where we have actually acquired loans and we take like four years before we start implementing, and yet these loans are accruing interest. We think that's indiscipline. Another area for concern, Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister and ladies and gentlemen, is the Human Capital Development Program, which our development partner has alluded to. Investment in human capital is a proven catalyst for economic growth and prosperity, offering a significant boost to productivity and development. Countries prioritizing their citizens' education, health, and well-being often experience accelerated and sustained economic growth. We can borrow a leaf from Israel. Israel spends 56% of its budget annually on education, and it doesn't have known oil reserves even when it's in the Middle East, but it has. It's the most prosperous country in that region, even without oil. Why? Because the greatest resource for any nation is its human beings, its citizens. If you invest in human capital, education, skills, human beings can be able to turn around to create wealth from all angles. So we recommend that the actually government invest seriously in education. For example, now, if we look at the situation in the education sector now, there is limited financing to education sub-program. Public spending on education has been insufficient to meet the country's growing demands and compares unfavorably with other East African countries. That's according to the World Bank report. Uganda spends about 2.5% of its GDP on education, which is way below 4.4 to 6% of the GDP as recommended by UNESCO. A child born today in Uganda is projected to achieve only 38% of her or his full productivity potential due to the gaps in education and health care access, which threatens the nation's long-term development objectives. I think this is a point to ponder, ladies and gentlemen. If the education sector will produce children that will be productive at 38%, then we need to think to up our game if we think that citizens are investing in citizens' education is a game changer. The education sector is plagued by high pupil-teacher ratio of now 1 to 20, 1 to 120, 1 teacher to 120 in some districts like Mayuge. There's inadequate and updated structures and low staffing levels across the board. But there is also a problem in the education sector, which is actually that there is a curriculum challenge in lower secondary, which is using the new curriculum, and the upper secondary, S5 and S6, are still using the old curriculum. That's a lacuna that also should be thought about, Right Honorable Prime Minister. While the school enrollment rates have increased, completion rates remain poor at 54% for boys and girls in primary school, and at 28% for men and 25% for women in lower secondary. So you can see completion. If many people are enrolled and they don't complete, you have a challenge. There is also a limited financing in the health program sector, and I think, as I've already pointed at that the health population is a productive population. Ladies and gentlemen, so we are proposing to reestablish ring-fenced funds for education, health, and social protection, but also increased budget allocation to the procurement of adequate health commodities based on current national integrated health commodity qualification data. Another issue, Right Honorable Prime Minister and ladies and gentlemen, that we bring to our attention is the whole issue of inclusion and economic empowerment programs. Uganda's inclusion and economic empowerment programs aim to uplift marginalized groups, including women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Initiatives like WEP and youth livelihood programs provide financial support, skills training, and market access. These programs have been very good. Programs target poverty reduction, promote equitable economic participation. You want to applaud that? I think that is fantastic, that actually the government is targeting to uplift the lowest of our population. But there is a small challenge that should be noted. We still find limited funding as a challenge, and also social cultural barriers which persist in certain programs. So government, we think, should prioritize mindset change, skills development, labor market transition to uplift the youth, women, and persons with disability. Another area specifically is about PDM, which is our silver blade. What about PDM? And I want to appreciate government for coming up with a PDM which seeks to uplift 39% of our households that are outside the money economy. Wonderful. Now, it's a wonderful program that actually has been implemented, and I want to appreciate the people who conceptualized this program. Nevertheless, it still has some issues that we think we need to perfect it, and we have no problem. You must start, but increasingly, incrementally perfect the program. For example, the PDM, I think one of the issues that we focus on is that actually most of the pillars have not been developed. We may need, because it's a very integrated program, so if you focus on one pillar and don't touch the other pillars, then you miss a point. So it's important, time has come to have all the pillars work together to move. So but there's also the issue of mindset change. It's very, very, very critical. There's a need to harmonize guidelines and qualify quotas for special interest groups to encourage inclusivity of the model and to emphasize the 1 million disbursement benefits. There's also a need to prioritize recruitment of parish chiefs, CDOs, and agriculture extension workers in sub-counties. We also realize that the PDM, I think, also missed on the issue of recognizing that Uganda is a nature-dependent economy. So PDM is agriculture-dependent, and therefore it is important to recognize, to bring in the issue of climate change and adaptability, and to protect the environment, because we could go full blast and then actually destroy the environment. You can actually harvest once and you don't harvest the second harvest because of the way our people are going to engage with the environment. The other issue we want to speak about, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is the whole issue of environment and natural resources governance. Uganda faces significant environmental challenges. I come from Western Uganda, specifically in Mbarara. Up to now, we don't have rains that are significant, and people decided to plant, and they are looking at the skies. The rains haven't come, and so we can no longer depend on nature-based rains. We must irrigate, but the whole process of transitioning is still very, very slow. Then I want also to bring you to the whole issue of domestic and urban waste management, the Chitezi incident. I think CEO Swate should raise this. I haven't heard the Minister of Finance raising Chitezi, but this is very critical. What are we saying? We are saying that Uganda is grappling with a growing waste management crisis. It's across actually the country, especially in our cities. As more people move into cities like Kampala, the generation of solid waste has surged, overwhelming the existing waste collection and disposal systems. For example, KCC Kampala city generates between 200 to 2,500 tons of waste per day, and only of the generated and little of this generated is collected. This has led to widespread environmental pollution, blockage of the drainage channels leading to flooding, including the accumulation of plastic waste, improper disposal of hazardous materials, and the contamination of our water systems. Actually, our water in Kampala is contaminated. And perhaps that's why even water is expensive, because treating this contaminated water requires a lot of investment. So the country's waste management challenges stem from several factors, including inadequate infrastructure, poor enforcement of waste regulation, limited public awareness, and insufficient financing of waste collection services. Local governments are struggling to manage the increasing volume of waste, while informal waste pickers often fill the gap, albeit in an unsafe and inefficient way. So addressing Uganda's waste management issues is very crucial for improving public health, protecting the environment, and fostering sustainable development. So what are we proposing? There's a need to transform waste management across the country by turning waste into waste through processing waste into other forms of products. Most Ugandans, thank you, Minister. Most Ugandans think waste actually is bad. We are not looked at the gold that actually could be mined from our waste, proper management of our waste. So we propose, the PSST has gone out, that that actually we prioritize waste management across the country. It is a problem, and I saw one of the news, actually on the BBC, waste management crisis in Kampala, in Uganda cities. It's a bad name, splashed on BBC about waste management. I think we need to deal with that to reclaim our otherwise good name. The other issue is climate financing, and I want to applaud the Minister of Finance and the PSST for, we have been working and advocating, and the ministry has established a climate financing unit in the Ministry of Finance with whom we work. But limited financing of climate change remains a challenge, and climate change is real. We have experienced floods, landslides, prolonged droughts, and this affects reverses our economic gains. The country's heavy reliance on agriculture exacerbates its vulnerability. Actually, Uganda has been, according to the Global Adaptation Initiative of 2021, Uganda ranks 13 in climate change vulnerability, 13 on the global level on climate change vulnerability, and it is globally, and it's 160th in terms of preparedness. So if we got a crisis here, we may not get out of it. So in terms of preparedness, we are 160th. The National Development Plan 3 identified climate change as a major development challenge and therefore integrating climate change interventions across all the 20 programs would be ideal in addressing climate change. According to the study in partnership with the National Planning Authority in 2024 and 2025, where we found that the compliance by the Ministry of Finance stands at 62%, which is not good, or rather which is not very bad, because now the Ministry, the National Planning Authority issues a certificate of compliance to the Ministry of Finance, and we work with the National Planning Authority. We always assess the budget to see the level of compliance before a certificate is issued. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring your attention also, right, Honorable Prime Minister, on local government financing. And the development pattern has already talked about. Local governments up to now get 11% of the national budget, which we think is very small. And remember that about 80% of our population are still rural, they are in local governments, but they get only 12%. But while we know that, of course, other monies are going there, there has been a challenge. And the challenge we found in order to increase local government financing is actually releasing money that is always illegally retained at the center. ACORD has done 3 studies analyzing the budget, and this financial year, I think last financial year, we found that about 3.1 trillion shillings, about 3.1 trillion Uganda shillings was retained at the center by MDAs illegally in contravention of the law. And I want to appreciate the PS. We worked with him. He wrote to all the MDAs that have retained the money at the center to release it. But up to now, none of the MDAs has released that money. So, Honorable Prime Minister, we are recommending that that directive is supported, because what the MDAs do is to get money on behalf of government and also jet into local governments, implement quite fun projects. They are there, and Operation Wealth Creation has done a study, I think, with the Local Government Finance Commission that shows you'll find so many projects actually covered up in bushes, because they jetted into local governments and they did not involve local governments. They built schools, they built hospitals, and the local governments ignored them, and they are rotting there. And that's taxpayers' money. So, and that's the money that is always illegally retained at the center. So we are recommending that that 3.1 trillion is brought back and given to the Ministry of Local Government to increase the financing for local governments. Thank you very much. Then the other one, of course, because we must strengthen, you see, Uganda stands tall in terms of decentralization. You know how we have been benchmarked by other countries. Uganda is ahead, but this decentralization is being rolled back in some ways. Of course, some of the decentralization, but critical in the success of our decentralization, of course, is financing, proper financing, but also induction of local government leaders when they are elected, because no one has studied to govern at the local government. These councillors, these chairpersons, they don't know. They are elected, they are very clueless. ACORD has been inducting 35 local governments every year, but out of 145 district local governments. So last year, I think the Minister of Local Government inducted only 25 districts, and I think including 10 cities were inducted. Imagine, out of 145, only 25 districts were inducted. So the rest have been managing local government business when they are clueless. For us, we assess their performance and give them marks. They are very clueless. By the time they begin to understand even the rules of the rules of procedures, the term is ending and they are going back. And then even then, when we go to elections, only 85% never come back. There's a big attrition rate. So 85% lose elections, and you get about 15%, and actually 85% who are new. So if we look at the poor performance in local government, it's because of leaders that are not clueless. So what do we recommend? We are recommending I think the Ministry of Local Government has put up, they have done a budget. We need like 19 billion. Minister of Finance. The Ministry of Local Government need 19 billion to induct all 145 councils so that they can do a job for you. For you just jetting and you find good work. So we recommend that this 19 billion will be budgeted for in this budget. Minister of Local Government, you have not appreciated that. Does that make sense? Now an advocate for you. Yeah, the elephant in the room, of course, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is limited finance. The statutory boards in local government. This is the land boards, the district land boards, the District Service Commission, which have been found to be wanting. One, they are very corrupt, but two, they are not qualified. We've done a study. Accord again that did a study in which we have shared with the Minister of Finance that most of them are clueless, they don't know their business, but others are appointed, of course, by the chairpersons, they appoint their friends, and again, there's no requirement on the qualifications. And that's the Local Government Act, which is a problem. And so they end up not doing that, but selling jobs across the country. And of course, if people buy jobs, what do you expect them to deliver? I think there's a widespread an outcry about the quality of these statutory boards and commissions, the District Service Commission, the District Land Boards, and the Public Accounts Committees. They are wanting, and I know one time I saw the Prime Minister recommending that they are appointed from the center. I think you made the proposal. Of course, we don't support that proposal because we think it will weaken our decentralization. We want to bring power closer to the people, but instead we want to find them there, train them, equip them, and then deploy them. The other issue, of course, is low staffing in local governments. On average, local governments are grossly understaffed. Some of them at 40%, 60%. So what do you expect if they are grossly understaffed? So we recommend at least staffing to come to like 70%. And we see incremental staffing. There is a freeze in recruitment, but I think local governments are very crucial, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for the success of decentralization and for the transformation of this country and building the economy 500 billion by 2040. So you need the local governments who are very close to the people, who are close to the production centers to be efficient. The final thing I think I will talk about is corruption, and I think this one we haven't talked about. Corruption and inefficiency in government. They are deeply intertwined the challenges that have consistently undermined Uganda's socio-economic development. Both phenomena have led to significant resource mismanagement, weakened public trust, and eroded institutional integrity. According to the IGG report of 2021, Uganda loses 10 trillion. Sorry, we have repeated this over time. Maybe you know it and you think it's a song, but it's a reality. If this country loses 10 trillion annually and our budget was 74%, then if you don't achieve much, that's the problem. That's the problem. So we must squarely deal with corruption. I have noted and argued before that you cannot eradicate corruption. Corruption is very, very, very difficult to eradicate, but you can reduce its magnitude so that it doesn't result in state breaking. Because an unchecked corruption can break the state. And so we can cripple corruption, cripple it to a level that actually where you meet the corrupt, they are limping. They should not be walking upright. So I think, government must cripple corruption so that the corrupt are not the models in this country. Because you see in this country, our models, they reach the soul, and the young people are telling us they want to be like that. So we must change. The models in this country must be people who have worked hard and have succeeded. That's the Ugandan dream. It is hard work. But instead, you see, and we still support the IGG proposal for a lifestyle audit. The lifestyle audit, people living beyond their means, I think we need to, because you can demonstrate, there are people who are very hard working in the government. You have loans, you can work hard and multitask and prosper. But prospering on taxpayers' money, which denies our people, which leads to drug stockouts, to school dropouts, no roads. I just returned from Arua. We're in Arua launching a program by the development partners last week. The road from here to Arua is impossible. When I reached there, it looks like a post-conflict situation. There has been no war in West Nile. Where did we get it wrong? Why do you allow a road to completely collapse? Then you start a new, constructing a new road. Why? Then the other thing, actually, I think that's a serious point. We cannot allow roads to collapse. We also, another thing that is critical, Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister, all the bridges in this country are aging, they're about to collapse. And we are there waiting until then they collapse. What is the Ministry of Works doing? All the roads, they have served their time, and they are now collapsing. And when they collapse, you know the implication. Connectivity, trade, everything collapses. Why do we wait for the roads to collapse? So I think the Minister for Works should have been, I'm putting him on spot. That is civil society. Forgive me, don't think I'm winding up. Don't think that I don't love the work that is being done, but this is inconvenient truth to make us stand up and run. Though these aspirations of $500 billion will remain aspirations unless we do the small things. It is these small things. I think as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted now to trigger the Minister of Finance. This is a proposal from civil society. Civil society has been blamed for using donors' money, you project the foreign agenda and that kind of thing. But I want to tell you that in these democratic countries, in developed countries, they use taxpayers' money. Taxpayers' money is used to fund civil society. But civil society, government doesn't constrain its operations. So I want to propose, and I'm looking at the PSST, I want to propose an independent civil society fund, so that the money that we use to critique our work to follow this money is also taxpayers' money, established by the Act of Parliament, that it does not suffer political interference, and we are able to follow and monitor money. When DGF was closed, civil society in this country was almost decimated because we depend on donors' money. And now without the DGF, the civil society has shrunk. And maybe some of you may be happy that civil society now is weak. When civil society has died, we also die with it. So you need someone you need a mirror to look at yourself as you implement government programs. So I'm proposing, it's a radical proposal. I've shared it with some members of civil society. Most of them don't want it. They think government will control it. And then we sing the government song, and therefore losing the credibility and the importance of civil society. Because the role of civil society is enshrined in our constitution. Chapter 4 of the Ugandan constitution on the Bill of Rights provide for the existence of civil society to hold government to account on behalf of the citizens, to amplify the voices of the citizens. So that's one of the proposals that I'm making. If it pleases you, if you find it viable, we could consider the process of discussing it so that a civil society fund that is independent, supports civil society, and then complemented by the donors is put in place. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Beinomjisha. You've been very, very passionate in the areas that you've presented for us to consider, especially when we go for the plenary session. And what stands out today is that you've mentioned that we need to shift from business as usual. If things are going to move, if we are going to achieve the tenfold growth, there is need for us to move from the business as usual in terms of debt management, human capital development, the PDM being a silver bullet, but also tackling issues to do with environment, natural resources management, domestic and urban waste, climate financing, and also the local government financing. Thank you so much, Doctor, for the suggestions that you have put across. Allow me to invite the representative of the private sector, Ms. Damali Sali to present the position paper on the private sector. Ms. Damali Sali, you're most welcome. Thank you. Ms. Damali, you have 15 minutes to present.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister of Finance, and other ministers present, members of Parliament, PSST and the permanent secretaries present, development partners, the private sector present, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Damali Sali. I am representing the Chief Executive Officer of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, Mr. Stephen Asimwe. I am honored to present the private sector statement on the financial year 2025-2026 National Budget Strategy. We have prepared a 20-page statement which we're going to share with Minister of Finance. I'm not going to go through it, but I do have a brief statement that summarizes the 20 pages. The private sector plays a critical role in Uganda's journey towards a prosperous nation. And as the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, we represent the collective voice of businesses across the various sectors, advocating for policies that foster growth and competitiveness. Uganda's Vision 2040, a bold aspiration to transform our nation from a peasant society to a modern day and prosperous one, hinges on the private sector's participation. Our sector generates a significant portion of our GDP, contributing 80% to it. It employs 77% of working Ugandans, and it contributes substantially, that is 80%, to domestic revenue. So while Uganda has made remarkable strides, several challenges persist that hinder the private sector's full potential. These include infrastructure bottlenecks, high cost of doing business, limited access to finance, and inadequate skills development. However, these challenges also present opportunities for strategic investment and policy. So to achieve Vision 2040, 4 key sectors have been identified as central to driving growth. And these are agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, science, technology, and innovation. So to accelerate our economic growth, we must prioritize investment in the following areas. So for agriculture, in the previous fiscal year, Uganda's agriculture sector showcased notable growth, facilitated by favorable weather conditions and government initiatives such as the Agricultural Credit Facility. However, with alarming challenges such as the high import bills for agricultural seeds, where 78% of agricultural seeds used by farmers in Uganda are imported, we must prioritize funding for domestic seed production, as well as invest in irrigation systems to enhance agricultural productivity and resilience to climate change. We propose that the budget should allocate significant resources to this particular area. In reference to tourism, in the realm of tourism, we observe a remarkable rebound with international arrivals increasing by 56% in 2023, highlighting our growing reputation as a prime travel destination. Tourism receipts surged from $700 million to over $1 billion. However, we still need to enhance our infrastructure, especially to roads leading to tourist sites, where some remain impassable during the rainy season. So the next budget should allocate funds to promote tourism-related infrastructure, including road maintenance and security improvements for tourist sites. By doing this, we can ensure a seamless experience for our visitors, thereby capitalizing on the tourism sector, which accounts for 3.5% of total employment in Uganda, and especially women and youth are employed in this sector. With reference to mineral development, although Uganda's mining sector contributed only 2.2% to our GDP in financial year 2022-2023, we have witnessed considerable strides, evidenced by the launch of Uganda's first tin smelting facility and a growth in mining licenses. However, to realize its full potential, we need significant investments in infrastructure and formalization processes for artisanal and small. Therefore, investing in the mine sector is paramount, and we urge the government to allocate a vast budget necessary to upgrading also existing roads and improving transportation networks, as well as facilitating a better regulatory environment to attract further investors in this sector. Regarding science, technology, and innovation, the ICT sector has emerged as a crucial pillar for Uganda's economic growth, presently contributing to 9% of our GDP. Nevertheless, it is imperative that we expedite our plans to enhance digital infrastructure, especially targeting last-mile connectivity. With an estimated potential revenue of over $500 million in e-commerce alone by 2025, the fiscal policies should prioritize investment in digital platforms, incubation hubs, and local ICT innovations. The fifth area, which is general, and the last one I'm going to talk about, is we hope for the creative sector there can be a dedicated fund that can be created for the creative sector that will support the development of the creative industries and drive innovation and job creation. Also, we hope that sufficient funding is provided to trade facilitation infrastructure, especially investing in cold chain storage, cargo consolidation centers, as well as to enhance export competitiveness. Would also would like to see a lowering of electricity costs, and also ensuring that there are adequate fuel reserves, because addressing these issues can improve competitiveness and improve the business environment. Lastly, would love to see a significant budget allocation to paying domestic arrears. By investing strategically in these priority areas that I've just talked about, we can unleash the full potential of Uganda's private sector and accelerate our progress. The government, the private sector, the development partners must work together to create an enabling environment that supports business growth, innovation, and job creation. We at the Private Sector Foundation appreciate the government's positive response to our proposals that were made for the financial year 2024-2025, where 82% of our proposals were actually addressed by the government, and we look forward to our continued collaboration. Finally, I wish to extend our deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for allowing us to present our proposals today. I also commend the President and his government for their continuous efforts to strengthen the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sally, for the presentation on the private sector. And you've brought out issues of domestic arrears, but also our consideration of the creative sector in terms of development of the creative industries. Thank you so much. The last paper that we are going to have on the local government administration will be presented by the LC5 chairperson of Kabalore district. Please, you're most welcome. Thank you.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Ministers and Ministers of State, Honorable Members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and Heads of Diplomatic Missions, our hosts, the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury, and your colleagues, Permanent Secretaries, members of Olga Executive, District Chairpersons, Resident District Commissioners, mayors under the umbrella UAAU, Chief Administrative Officers, Government Technical Officers, Secretary General Olga and UAAU, leaders of civil society organizations, the media, distinguished participants, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I salute all of you and bring you greetings from the Association of Local Governments in Uganda and the entire local government fraternity. Allow me to congratulate the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development upon fulfilling this mandate of convening the National Budget Conference as a key step in the budget formulation as per Article 155 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 13, subsections 1 and 2 of the Public Finance and Management Act 2015 as amended. Thank you for always providing us an opportunity as local governments to present a plight of the largest constituency in as far as service delivery in this country is concerned. In a special way, we extend our appreciation to the Minister of Finance for, amidst existing financial pressures, adhering to the financing commitments made at the last budget conference. We recognize the ministries that were able to allocate new conditional grants to the local governments in the financial year 2024-25, particularly the Ministry of Lands and Housing and Urban Development, advanced local government physical planning grant of up to 800 million, and this will support 40 districts to operationalize their physical development committees, create public awareness, and monitor and supervise, and also the Ministry of Trade and Tourism, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, for allocating 1.93 billion to all districts and municipalities as a tourism development grant. Right Honorable, it suffices to note that there has been an improvement in overall performance of local governments for the last 4 years as a result of this improved financing from the Ministry of Finance. The local government assessment on service delivery brings out this picture very clearly, because in the last year, 2023, the average performance of local governments stood at 57%, up from 51% in the year 2022 and 44% in the year 2021, also 36% in the year 2020. This is mainly attributed to improved performance in minimum conditions, which largely focus on staffing, environmental and social safeguards, as well as capacity building efforts to local governments. With improved financing, Right Honorable, to local governments, we assure you for better service delivery to the people of Uganda. I now take the honor, on behalf of local governments, to provide highlights on some of the critical local governments' administrative issues that affect service delivery at our level, which I strongly believe, if jointly addressed, Right Honorable, would witness better service delivery in this country. Right Honorable, our paper is structured into 2 parts. Part 1 looks at program priorities documented under conditional grant agreements, and Part 2 will look at key cross-cutting administrative concerns for local governments. Now on part 1, on program priorities documented under the conditional grant agreements, it is with great hope that we use this forum for the official submission of the financial 2025-26 conditional grant negotiation agreements as governed by Article 193, Part 3 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Local Government Act Cap 243. These negotiations were held between 26th of August to 5th September this year. These agreements culminate into new program guidelines that are issued by the respective ministries, and they form part of the ministerial policy statements. The negotiations were held with the ministries of Agriculture, Education, Tourism, Trade, Works and Transport, Gender and Social Development, Water and Environment, Health and Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Right Honorable, the annual conditional grant negotiations are organized and chaired by the Local Government Finance Commission and witnessed by the Ministries of Finance and Economic Development, Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Public Service, Office of the Prime Minister, the National Planning Authority, as well as the Equal Opportunities Commission. As witnesses, we request your office to promote the implementation of the agreed positions, Right Honorable. We acknowledge the good performance of the Ministry of Education and Sports with a performance score of 71.4% in the implementation of the agreed positions for the financial year 2024-25. Yes, and we urge all the other ministries to implement the agreed positions as per the agreement signed. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we hope by sharing our issues in this National Budgeting Conference that guides resource allocation each financial year, we can communicate a clear and consistent message on the steps that can be taken to ensure more effective use of public funds to provide public services. Below here are the recommendations to enhance the process. A, the outcomes of the discussion should be given emphasis and incorporated in all the respective programs and sub-programs guidelines for the financial 25-26 as a participatory budgetary requirement. And two, government should develop and implement sanctions and rewards as an incentive to both ministries, departments and agencies and local governments who comply or fail to comply on the agreed positions from the negotiations as part of a broader annual central government performance assessment. Right Honorable, by doing this, we will collectively ensure greater outcomes on service delivery from the conditional grant negotiations. In that line, we are bringing out the key areas that we agreed on as undertakings from that negotiation. One, that the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development will commit to revise the budget allocation criteria for fiscal planning grant to cover all the districts and cities of Uganda in the year 2025-26. That the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development shall expedite development of solid waste management policy, and Dr. Arthur Binomgisha from our court has ably explained about this as a danger and threat to this country. That the Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives shall improve on the functionality of the existing markets. Number 5 is the Office of the Prime Minister shall issue a circular to all MDAs informing them of the requirement to coordinate with the local governments before implementing any activities and subject the MDAs that implement activities in local government without prior notification to corrective measures. Next is the Minister of Health shall increase the fixed cost of 300 million for regional hospitals 150 million for private not-for-profit hospitals in local governments without regional hospitals, and 100 million for local governments without a district hospital, and the balance be allocated based on catchment and outputs. Number 6, that the Ministry of Health shall expedite the development of an urban health strategy showing which health facilities need mortuaries by the end of 2025-2026. That the Ministry of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives shall integrate post-harvest facilities into NDP4. That the Ministry of Water and Environment should increase the budget allocation for environment and natural resources management to ensure adequate support for the intended environment and natural resources functions upon which all development devolves. Number 9 is the district water and sanitation conditional grant guidelines for the financial 25-26 shall provide for urban areas as beneficiaries of conditional grant where utilities authorities do not operate. Next is Ministry of Water and Environment shall present the case for a dedicated ENR grant for cities and municipalities for the Natural Resources Environment, Climate and Land Management Programs Working Group. That the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries shall officially write to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the need to release funds for production and marketing and agriculture extension during the planting season of October 2024. That the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries shall prioritize the allocation of resources for coffee development within the agro-industrialization programs. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you are aware that the tea industry in this country is struggling despite the huge investment by government in the tea sector. It is now struggling, and some farmers have started uprooting their tea plants. It is therefore our desire that government should invest in an alternative. In this case, an alternative perennial crop can be coffee, which can fill the gap of the struggling tea industry. For future projects, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries shall engage the development partners to consider the proposal of reducing the co-funding requirements from 15% to 10%. Next is the Ministry of Agriculture should issue a circular to all local governments and farmers informing them that vaccines will now be availed at a cost. And this is in regard especially to the control of the spread of the contagious foot and mouth disease that has ravaged the countryside in the cattle corridor. That the Uganda Road Fund shall provide road maintenance funding for all the new administrative units, these are sub-counties and town councils, in the financial year 2025-26. That Uganda Road Fund shall support local governments on case-by-case basis upon request to respond to emergencies whose scope may exceed the capacity of shillings 1 billion Uganda shillings. That the Ministry of Works and Transport shall distribute to the local governments grants recently approved guidelines for road maintenance and rehabilitation before the end of the current calendar year, not financial year. That the Ministry of Works and Transport shall support local governments operationalize the road safety committees. And finally, on this part, that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development should support local governments in implementation of the gender-based violence strategies. Now, those are the agreements and undertakings that we made for the 9 days we kept with these 9 ministries engaging and discussing. On part 2, Right Honorable Prime Minister and dear participants, we look at the key cross-cutting administrative concerns for local governments in this country. Number one is staffing at local government. Right Honorable, we continue to present this challenge even after the payroll audit conducted by the Office of the Auditor General. We are aware of the ongoing wage reconciliation engagements between the Ministry of Public Service and the local governments. We take note of the case-by-case clearance provided by the Ministry of Public Service for local governments with the wage recruit as a key step in bridging the staffing gap. However, there are several local governments and staffing structural challenges that need to be addressed through combined efforts of the stakeholders gathered here today. These structural gaps, Right Honorable, cut across health, works, production, tillage, physical planning, education, social development, water and environment, tourism departments at local government level. We therefore recommend that the Ministry of Public Service, working with the Ministry of Finance, to secure a wage in the budget to fill the vacant heads of departments positions critical in service delivery without further delay. The Ministry of Public Service, working with the Ministry of Local Governments and key stakeholders, should prioritize the review of the local government staffing structure in the coming budget. This process should place local governments at the center of this discussion. Right Honorable, the staff ceiling used by the education departments in all the 176 entities in Uganda is that one of the year 2012, and it has not been revised since. And you do recall that during the COVID time, immediately after COVID, there was a surge in enrollment in government-aided schools. So you find that in a primary school teacher with 7 classrooms, it has 4 to 5 teachers. That means that every moment there are 2 classrooms that are going on unattended or supported by the parents. So we request that there should be a review of these staff ceilings and staffing structures in local governments to align the needs, the current needs of staff and the current staff structure as we have them. Medicines for health facilities, we note an irregularity and non-fulfillment of orders for medical supplies in terms of percentages in items supplied, and this continues to be a challenge faced by most health centers at local government level, leading to shortages of essential supplies and sometimes leading to drug stockouts. We take note that all undistributed drugs for health center 2 and 3 were delivered during the last cycle of the financial 2023-24. Health center 4s were allowed to make supplementary orders during the same fiscal year to cover their arrears, where the general hospitals were instructed to place supplementary orders in the first cycle of the year 24-25 to address their outstanding needs. Some local governments have reported to us that at times they have drugs that remain unused, where other local governments experience shortages of the same drugs, and yet currently there is no clear communication platform to inform the national medical stores about these surpluses that have to be flagged off and redirected to the areas where they are needed most. And we note, Right Honorable, these delays. Under normal circumstances, we are supposed to receive these drugs 6 times in a financial year. But in the last financial, we received 3 cycles. And then the last 3 cycles were delivered at the end of June as the financial was ending. Now, when we appreciate the delay, National Medical Store says, a Minister of Finance has not given us the money. But Right Honorable, the diseases cannot be delayed. Our population continue falling sick. They continue running to our facilities sick for medical care. And it is quite embarrassing for them to go and we bounce them that we don't have drugs. We call for consistency and timely delivery of these drugs to our health facilities in the countryside. We therefore recommend that the Ministry of Health should increase the drugs and supplies budget to boost the supplies in the already constrained health facilities, and that the national medical stores should develop a system for local governments where they can report unutilized drugs to national medical stores directly. Right Honorable, another cross-cutting issues on the road maintenance grant and road equipment. The allocated 1 billion road maintenance grant is making a difference in the nature of roads in all local governments across the country. We continue to applaud government for this commitment. However, Right Honorable, given the decline in the Uganda Road Fund maintenance grant, several lower local governments have been disadvantaged by the uniform allocation of the 1 billion and the other monies that come from Uganda Road Fund. As Local Governments Association of Uganda, we appreciate the NRM government for providing the first road units to the newly created districts as per our advocacy. However, cities have greatly expanded in size, and this has automatically increased the road network enormously, and yet, as per the Local Government Act, cities are equivalent of districts, yet they have no road unit. It is our prayer, therefore, Right Honorable, that after 3 years of implementation, the grant should be allocated based on the scientific indicators such as the local government coverage, the terrain, and the number of kilometers, as well as the population. Two, that the Minister of Finance should ensure improved allocation to Uganda Road Fund to provide for allocation of road maintenance grant for new administrative units in this country, and these ones are 325 sub-counties and 356 town councils. We also recommend that at least of the 10 cities now becoming 15 with the pronouncement of the Honorable Minister of Finance today, road units should be provided to the 15 new cities created and the 31 municipalities, and at least a motor grader, roller, and 5 tippers for each town council, and a tractor to assist in garbage collection. The ministry should secure funds to procure the remaining road unit to the 14 newly created districts and now the 15 cities to ensure they have a full road unit to work on their roads. Right Honorable, on local revenue sent through IRAS to the Consolidated Fund, as Olga, we acknowledge central government reforms in the management of financing and revenue generation. We take note of the improved local revenue collections as a result of the online local revenue collection system, such as integrated revenue administration system and the e-log that we have in place. We, however, note the delayed release of local revenue sent to the Consolidated Fund, which disempowers local government to serve the communities in a timely manner. To that regard, we recommend that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should provide to local governments local revenue cash limits at least twice a month, and this will make the work of local governments much, much easier. The delay causes trouble. While we are waiting for the Minister of Finance to give us money on a monthly basis, we keep choking on garbage, Right Honorable. We cannot collect the garbage because we are waiting for the money to be sent back. And that's why we are saying at least cash limits be provided twice a month. After warranting the cash limits, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should pay the local governments their local revenue immediately using the local revenue pay group to improve on timely service delivery. Another issue, Right Honorable, is the allocation of funds for extension services, production and marketing, the PMG development and agriculture extension. There was a budget cut in this area. Local governments are expected, Right Honorable, to provide extension services in their drive to bring communities into the cash economy. We equally note the need to reinstate the agricultural extension grant as a matter of priority to support procurement of motorcycles for extension workers, procurement of field kits for extension workers, establishment of result and method demonstrations, procurement of office furniture, fittings, and all that follows there. Our recommendation, therefore, is that the Minister of Finance should plan to release funds for production and marketing and agriculture extension grant during the planting season of 24-25, particularly the October planting season and the March planting season. That the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Industry and Fisheries should prioritize the reinstatement of agriculture extension grant under the Agro-industrialization program to provide motorcycles and other equipment for extension workers, as well as support the PDM activities. And the third recommendation here is the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries should prioritize the enhancement of the component for development and the PDM grant within the Agro-industrialization program resource envelope. Number 6 is on conditional grant for physical planning for districts, cities, municipalities, and town councils. Right Honorable and distinguished participants, physical planning is key if we are to have harmonious and integrated settlement in our towns. We are aware that housing and sustainable urban development is one of the key targets in our National Development Plan 3, which has been rolled over to National Development Plan 4. During the assessment of government performance, it was revealed that only 5% of the local government physical plans were aligned to the National Physical Development Plan. We therefore cannot achieve sustainable urban development without enhancing physical planning at all levels. We appreciate the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development for the conditional grant to support physical planning to local governments. However, the grant of 800 million, which I have already appreciated, is insufficient and only caters for 40 districts in this country. We recommend that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Ministry should consider physical planning as a priority where each city and district is given support, at least 500 million per city, and then each of the 31 municipalities should be advanced 300 million, and each of the 586 town councils at least gets 200 million per year in order to help them do their physical planning, as well as the 1,496 sub-counties be supported with at least 100 million per year. Allow me to talk about the welfare issues. Vehicles for local government leaders, these are district chairpersons, chief administrative officers, municipal mayors and city mayors, town clerks, district speakers, and motorcycles for senior assistant secretaries. Right Honorable, we note that monitoring of government programs is our core mandate, and yet recognize the directive by the President not to procure new vehicles for government entities. However, there is a critical need for transport facilitation in form of vehicles for district chairpersons, for chief administrative officers, for the city mayors and municipal mayors, town clerks, district speakers, and at least motorcycles for the senior assistant secretaries to undertake the mandate on monitoring. Right Honorable, for the 5 categories of leaders at district, city, and municipal level, it requires a total of 176 billion to acquire vehicles, and for senior assistant secretaries and town clerks would only require 25 billion to procure motorcycles. We appreciate, Right Honorable, that there are so many competing priorities in this country. But the irony is, if you are going to inject now about 2.5 trillion in PDM alone, which goes at every parish in this country, we inject 1 billion for road works and a lot of money in agriculture, in health, in education. But the Office of COW cannot monitor this money, how it is being spent. The sub-county chief cannot move in the sub-county to monitor how PDM is being implemented. The district chairperson, who is charged to oversee all the district activities, departments, and everything, cannot move. Then we cannot inspect. And Right Honorable, the other day told my colleagues during the negotiations that if we cannot inspect, then we cannot expect. The money has come, it is in villages, but the people supposed to do the supervision, the oversight, cannot move, they are not enabled to move. This is a one-off. Procurement of vehicles and motorcycles is a one-off. We request that the government reconsiders this position. Get vehicles for the local government leaders to enable them to move and make a follow-up on these government programs being implemented in the local governments.
You have 3 minutes.
I'm winding up.
Okay.
It is our recommendation, therefore, that the above category of leaders, Right Honorable, both political and technical, are provided with transport means as proposed above. Creation of new cities, we appreciate the NRM government for creating cities and implementing them in a phased manner, starting with 10, and now we are taking on 5. This is a very good intervention, and we also appreciate the 1 billion allocated to each of the mother districts to kickstart construction of the new administrative units. This is commendable. However, Right Honorable, after the first year of release of this grant, the completion of the administration block is likely to stall if no further funds are secured. We recommend that in the coming financial year, government provides at least 40 billion, that is 4 billion per entity, for them to be able to complete their structures, so that by the next term, which begins on 12th May 2026, these new cities have shifted, these old districts have shifted now to their new location and leave the cities to continue with their work. Right Honorable, you must have witnessed my minister suffering with firefighting. The city is saying the districts must leave and go to their new locations. And the districts are saying we cannot move because we have nowhere to go. We appreciate Minister of Finance for the 1 billion provided in the current financial year. As we go to manage a transition from the new administration, this administration maybe to the new administration, because we are going for elections, we don't want to bequeath this challenge to the next administration. So we pray that we have helped to continue and complete the construction works so that by next term of office, there is no more bickering. We are settled in our new locations. On remuneration of local government leaders at all levels, starting from LC1 to district chairperson, dear participants, for a while, we have recommended for enhancement of leaders' remuneration at local government level, but this has yielded nothing. Considering the current economic hardships and the increasing cost of living across the country, it has become increasingly difficult for leaders to live a life of dignity. We recommend for the enhancement of the leaders' salaries or remuneration, at least by 100% from the current figures to begin with. But also, we are talking about the non-science local government staff. Right Honorable, we appreciate government effort of enhancing the salaries for scientists across the board. This is very commendable. However, as we go forward, we are losing on the moral and motivation part from the non-science staff, and this one has declined and it is evident. Right Honorable, for avoidance of doubt, we note that there is no economy in the world with only scientists. The delivery of services to the population requires a combined effort of scientists and the non-science category. We have been emphasizing STEM as our model of approach, the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But lately, in the academia, we are proposing a change in paradigm from STEM to STEAM, where we talk of science, technology, engineering, science, technology, arts, engineering, and math, because we cannot do without arts on the other hand. It is therefore our recommendation that government fast-tracks enhancement of salaries for non-science staff across the board in all local governments and at all levels of districts, city, municipality, town council, sub-county, and district level. On the partial development model, we commend government for this very good program. We note a few challenges, Right Honorable. Lack of internet connectivity at sub-county and parish levels has been a challenge. But also we note that the sizes of these parishes is not the same. Some parishes, as we enter the third phase of implementation of PDM, are already saturated. Everybody has received the money. And some parishes, we have not even done half of the population. So we pray that this formula should be looked into, the big parishes and the small parishes, to enable us to reach every person. But more importantly, Right Honorable, we pray that there should be internet connectivity at both sub-county and parish level to enable us to move much faster. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let me remind you that decentralization is the only way quality service delivery will be provided to citizens and taxpayers at the grassroots. These are citizens who are financing the budget through their taxes. We have all come here to discuss and apportion and plan for the budget of the year 25-26. This calls for us gathered here to commit to utilize resources for the intended purpose and for the good of our people. I do hope that Uganda Local Governments Association is provided a slot at the regional budget workshops to provide and highlight on the outcomes of the 25-26 annual conditional grant negotiations to inform the program planning and budgeting process. Right Honorable, I will end by talking about presidential pledges. Let them be given priority in the coming budget. Because we are moving towards elections, and these pledges are financed by the same budget, I pray that we give them a lot of attention. For me, I'm not a technical person, I'm a politician. And I know what I'm talking about when it comes to presidential pledges out there. Back home, if you can talk about the industrial park, meant for job creation and value addition. If we can talk about the roads, like Kijora Katoke Road, like Assis Changa Tourism Road, that will add value. If we can talk about stadia, Right Honorable, we started with 2 stadiums in this country, Achibu and Buhinga, but later Hoima came in and we welcome that. But Buhinga has been left behind. I pray that in the coming budget, it is also given due attention if equity is anything to go by. I say all this for God and my country and for the unity and efficiency of local governments in Uganda. I thank you.
Thank you so much, the President of the Uganda Local Governments Association, for clearly articulating the issues. Issues that have been presented on the national budget strategy. Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, I hand over to you to welcome the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Prime Minister and all of you friends, we are now going into plenary, and anybody who has a point to raise, he or she will be most welcome. Who do I start with now? Oh, I see. Okay, I invite him.
You know, Honorable Kasaija wanted to take over my powers. And I know how to claim my space. And so because of that, I know delegation is one way of management. Allow me to delegate Honorable Raphael Magezi to go up there, pick a few people with issues and recommendations. Basically, we need recommendations, isn't it? If you think your point, there is a point that is left out, and if there is nothing, then we go. Thank you so much. Honorable Magezi, you go up there and take charge of the second session.
Hello. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. All authority comes from God. Now I'm here before my boss to perform a duty. The time I have is 20 minutes to 3. Can we agree on how much time we're going to use for this? Prime Minister, can we use 40 minutes?
We might even use a few minutes because the issues have been brought up and recommendations have come up. Unless when you know you have something different.
Thank you.
You may find that there is nothing and we go.
Thank you. Kindly don't give another speech. Don't go into preliminaries. Go to the question or comment. A question or comment. And I'll give you not more than 3 minutes. I'll pick 3 from the front on this side, 3 from the back on this side, 3 from the front on this side, and 3 from the back on the other side.
And that's all.
That is all. Let me start from the front on this side. Yes, the gentleman in the front, the one on the right side, and the one in the middle there. Those are the 3 from the front here.
Thank you very much. Aloysius Chitengo. I work for CIT in Uganda. Mine is on the aspect of the tenfold of doubling the level of savings in the economy to 40%. And the question is, whom are we targeting? Because we have been proposing at least to lift the threshold for the payee from 235 to at least 400 to 500. But the question has been, how can we do it? Because we are going to lose a lot of revenue. But me and you can agree that the inflation is high, the cost of living is high, and the cost of transport for those people who are supposed to go and do business is high. Education is costly. So if you look at them, how would you expect them to save to be able to benefit from this target? So for us, And even in our proposal, we are saying that we need at least to lift or shift the threshold to a reasonable amount so that those people even can have something to save, but also even be able to play in the market economy. There was another issue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lift the threshold for VAT, for pay as you earn. Next, the person at the right side, and you. There were three people, him, yourself, and somebody from the right side.
Right, Honorable. My name is Local Paul. I'm a district chairperson of Nabilatuk. Nabilatuk is in Karamoja, and we noted last year the assessment showed that Karamoja and actually sub-regions were leading in terms of poverty rates. And going forward, and also listening here, we are focusing on ATMs. And it seems like there is nothing special captured on addressing these high poverty rates.
Chairman, make a concrete proposal. What are you saying for Karamoja?
I want to propose that we establish a special fund for addressing unique challenges for Karamoja and its neighbors that have been affected by the conflict, the recent conflict, so that we can get out of this.
Thank you. Thank you very
so
much. The Special Development Fund for the or affirmative action for Karamoja and other areas. Yes, please.
Professor Pakoyo Kamba, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration at Ustema University. I rise to raise the plight of public universities. One, gross understaffing. The Minister of Finance and Public Service know about our plight. We plead for special consideration for small enhancement on wage so that we can plug the gaps which are suffocating the quality of university education in this country. Two, dilapidated infrastructure. A university like my own took over old institutes of 1950s, which were training certificates, but we were never given seed capital. And there are other universities like that. So let us prioritize this. Students are being taught under trees.
Thank you very much.
Lastly, shortfalls of teaching materials. I thank you so much.
The plight of public universities in terms of wage structures and teaching materials. Thank you. Three people at the back from this side. The extreme back. The extreme back.
Yes, I'm from the back. The Right Honorable Prime Minister and other dignitaries. My name is Jackson Ndio, one of the first UPE graduates in Uganda, and a managing director of SL Solutions, a company that provides call center solutions. Honorable Minister, I stand to raise a proposal or a recommendation of a call center for PDM. As we've heard from the district chairperson of Kabarole, proposing that they should provide border borders for easy monitoring. But me, who has lived in this era, I think there is a better way of monitoring PDM cash other than spending billions. You can set up a call center that would require a maximum of 1 billion shillings, and you will effectively monitor all the complaints that would arise. And I say this after making a thorough research through different districts, including in Chegegwa, Chenjojo, Chivoga, and Kakumiro. When you set up a call center for PDM, there will be a direct communication of the beneficiaries with the Secretariat. So there will not be misinformation, because most of the overseers of these projects carry different information. That's why there is rampant corruption and embezzlement.
Thank you, Jackson.
Thank you
Actually,
so much.
to inform you, we've already given this directive. Very soon, the PDM Secretariat will give you the call center number. It will be 24 hours. So thank you so much. You are spot on. The person at the back.
Thank you, Right Honorable. My name is Benon Yiga, Town Clerk of Chira Municipal Council and Chairperson of Town Clerks Association of Uganda. I'm standing on a point of emphasis to do with recruitment, and this case about operationalizing the new town councils. We do have new town councils which have been in place for the last 3.5 years. They do not have staff. Why? Wage allocation. No town council, no town clerk, substantive, no treasurer, no engineer. And what are we proposing? One, there should be a deliberate affirmative action to allocate wage specific for recruitment of staff in those town councils. At least the basic, maybe 3 or 4 per new town council. So that they can run. And number 2, on the same case, to do with the road fund allocation, however minimal it might be. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good proposals. One more slot for the ladies on this side. Okay, so we cross over to the other side. 3 people in front, 3 at the back. Let me take the person on the extreme corner. I think that is Gabriel or somebody. Then Chairman Tororo and the person just behind you. The one with the mic, please, if you can move.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I have 3 issues to raise. 1, Local Government Act and the Public Finance Management Act provide for urban councils not to share revenue with the district councils. Honorable Minister, I think that act should be amended because most town councils now collect more revenues and they can have excess money, but the districts have no monies to run their councils. For my case in Tororo, where TCI factory is located, is now a town council, and all the revenues are paid to them. So the district now lacks money to run and operate. And yet there's too much money in that urban town council. So I request for that amendment to be caused. The next thing is on the startup funds for the new sub-counties. We created so many town councils, and these town councils took over the headquarters of the mother sub-counties. And yet, the ministry sent the money to these town councils to start up, instead of sending money to these the new sub-counties that are going rural to start the construction. So in this case, the new town councils have remained with the headquarters and they have also got money to start up. So I think there was a total confusion there. The money should have gone to the sub-counties instead of the town council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then, Honorable Minister, the last one on the returned monies. My district is so much affected by monies returned. And this is not the case of local government. For example, I have a cooperative college under Minister of Education. This cooperative college has a block which is under construction for now 3 years, but monies were returned and that block is at a standstill. So I request that something should be done on these monies returned to the center. More so when the project has started and it is somewhere for completion. There should be law that can protect such monies to remain to complete those projects under the
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your time is up.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thanks so much.
Prime Minister, protocol observed. Stephen Virawa Mkitale from National Planning Authority. I want to add a voice to the presentation of the local governments and make an appeal as National Planning Authority is now taking over the responsibility of the National Physical Development Plan, which I want to thank government for fast tracking, but we need to finance, operationalize this National Physical Development Plan across the board, at least for the next 10 years. We, National Planning Authority working with Ministry of Lands, have already costed what it will take to operationalize this National Physical Development Plan, which is about 20 years late. To avoid these new cities to get problems, the town councils, municipalities, and local government, they need deliberate financing for at least 10 years. I would request that this is taken seriously. And then we also find that there is a delivery mechanism challenge, since we have already heard that districts are struggling, the regional tier government, Article 178 of the Constitution, would be a solution, and I'm happy I'm speaking when the Minister of Local Government has been given powers to chair this session, so that at a zonal level, we come up with regional fiscal plans, and this also, we don't look at the cities, just we look at economic hubs, industrial parks, specialized value chains, corporate at that level. That would really help us achieve this 10 gross economy.
Thank you.
Related with that, the
Honorable, your time
ATM,
is up.
the final one, the ATMs we are talking about are going to be delivered by private sector. Now that we are talking of resource constraint, we have borrowed for public investments with low return on investment. Can we this time, as an exit plan, borrow for the private sector using UDC, using UDB, cooperative bank, long-term financing, so that the private sector, working with our professionals, can be the ones to deliver the ATMs. The tenfold is possible, but this time, let's give the private sector cheap money, since we are now looking at domestic borrowing and domestic resource mobilization. So when ATMs are delivered by private sector, we shall create more jobs, we shall collect more taxes. That's the only exit plan we have, the current debt trap. I thank you.
Minister of Finance, you may need to expound on the role of UDB and UDC in providing investment capital for the private sector.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable Moderator. Priority areas which you have seen, number 47.
Kindly introduce yourself.
I'm called Right Honorable Ambassador George Atim, Secretary General, Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum. When you see me around, we have His Royal Highness, the Tiengadola
Proceed
around.
with your item, please.
Yes, so
Yes,
we are
sir.
saying the youth. When you go to the priority areas which you have put down here, I don't see any specific or special program for the youth, because Imyoga and PDM is not addressing these youth who are dropping right from P7. So government should actually make a special program for the youth. Luckily enough, the Honorable Minister for Youth is also around here. That is my point. You go through them, number 47, you are not seeing youth. There's no special program for them.
Thank you very much. I think with those we can explain straight away. Government has a lot of resources available for the youth. Under PDM, they are getting 30%. Out of $1 trillion, that is 300 billion. Under the Youth Livelihood Fund and other programs, the money is there. Chairman Tororo, your problem of funding from the town councils, you are venturing into a constitutional provision. The urban authorities are independent in terms of finance and planning, and changing that can be an uphill task. Let's emphasize strengthening the local revenue even for the districts. There was one person I had allowed there. Yes. Please don't hijack the microphone. Honorable Gabriel.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Finance for achieving 21% of domestic savings to GDP and moving the country to a middle income status within this short period. Thank you very much. But my request is, can you also move revenue to GDP from the current 14% to at least 18%. You have indicated this in your plan, but let it be focused on achieving 18% for this 25, 25th, and 26th. Secondly, we are planning that we should increase the growth of GDP from the current 6.7% to 12% in order to achieve the GDP moving from 50,000 to 500,000 US dollars. Now, if we are to achieve this, could we go in this direction? One, to eradicate malaria and bilharzia in this country. And if this is done, the GDP growth rate would go up by minimum 2%. It is also estimated that eradication of this would actually release about 40% of the money that is being spent on health. Two, if we eliminated the animal ticks in this country, it is also estimated that the GDP growth rate would go up by about 1%, because we would actually be able to increase on exports from these animal products. Number three, Right Honorable Prime Minister, a number of government projects, we borrow for them, but they go beyond the period from which we are supposed to realize the benefits. I'll give one example of the Farm Income Enhancement and Forestry Conservation Program, which is a very good project. Phase 1 was finished in 2008, and we started phase 2 in 2016. I'll give the example of the irrigation scheme in Wadalai, which was supposed to start in 2016 and started in 2017 and was supposed to be implemented and closed in 2020. 2021, again, they added. But as I talk now, it is at implementation at 94%. And 54 billion shillings has been used out of the 64 billion. And it is expected to irrigate over 1,000 hectares of land. And if this was to be implemented in 2020, how much revenue would have come to this country?
Thank you. Thank you.
Finally, Honorable Minister, could we reconsider the road fund to be operated as a fund rather than as a subvention? A number of people have been talking about the...
Yes, there is a time manager there, so...
Yeah, the time manager doesn't know that I was handling something very critical for this country.
1 more minute, Honorable.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Can't we operate the road fund as a fund rather than as a subvention? Because that is what the law says. You take whatever we collect from the levy that we are getting from the petrol, the diesel, and what have you, so that we will be able to handle the management of the road seamlessly rather than waiting for intervention which is coming out of the various different what the Minister of Finance is giving us. I thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you so much. Now 3 at the back on that side. Yes, please. 1, 2, and 1 slot for the lady.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Minister and the Prime Minister. I am Oyolo Oruna James, the District Chairperson, Zombo District Local Government. In the first place, I want to appreciate that the government program to connect all the border points with tarmac roads for easy access. And I recommend this budget of today to include Nebi Goli, and from Goli, Paida, Padea, Zombo, Vora Road as one of the critical roads to be included in this budget for the development of this country, to boost local revenue, and also to grow economic of this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Government has already prioritized the Nebi Zombo Vura Road. It's a matter of execution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Luchams Andrew Batemieto from Masaka District, the chairperson. We are proposing for the purchase of excavators to every road unit in the country. We in Masaka, for example, 60% of our roads pass through wetlands. We find it more expensive to hiring machines every year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've saved 1 minute for any other person. The gentleman in front here.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Right, Honorable Minister. I'm Chairperson, Education Service Commission. We are all agreed in this room that education is key to development. I would like to propose that we bridge the glaring staffing gaps, especially in secondary and TVET institutions. The staffing is very low and it should be prioritized. And the staffing accommodation is necessary if we are to keep these teachers in their stations. The school infrastructure is decayed and is crying out for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lady. All the contributions, I've not heard a lady's voice. I can see a lady, but why that looks a man? Let them give you a mic, maybe because of these specs I may be seeing wrongly. Yes, please, that one. That's the last person. The PS is present and the ministers. In case you want to react to any of those, we have 5 minutes and we close.
Thank you, my Honorable Minister. My name is Gabriel Atama, and I'm the chairman of the COWS. I just want to thank our president. I want to add a few things about the local governments. Number one, we have the issue of parishes which are not yet coded. These are 280 in the country, and those parishes are not benefiting from PDM. I want to request that these parishes become coded so that they can benefit from PDM. Two, districts for a long time used to get money for capacity building. And this money was hinged on the DDEG. You all know what happened when we had PDM. The funds for DDEG, first of all, was removed, then it was put there, just minimal. Now, capacity building used to be 5% of that money. Now, when it was reduced, it means districts no longer have funds for capacity building. I want to request that an independent fund or grant is created to handle that area. There's a very big problem of mindset. Finally, I want to amend a little bit the presidency submission on salary enhancement. I'm talking because as a chairman of COWS, I also have a constituency. I want to request that the pay enhancement should be based on the enhancement plan. The government already has an enhancement plan, and currently I think they're giving 70% of that. So I want to request that for us, the COWS, we want to go that way. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The matter of uncoded parishes, I have the full list of parishes of Uganda. 10,594. The law was changed. Previously, the district councils could create parishes and villages. Today, nobody can do that without them being approved and gazetted by the minister. And we have not done that in the last 5 years. So it appears some local governments, after getting proposals from the sub-county to the district, and they approve it, they think they have a parish. We're going to investigate this matter of any parish that is not getting PDM funds. That would be unjust. But as far as I'm concerned, all the parishes are properly funded, and if there are any what we call hanging administrative units, we shall then handle. And as I said, those who attended yesterday's meeting, today's position we have in cabinet, in government, we are not creating new administrative units. So as a cow or chairman 5, or mayor, not permit a sitting where we are going to approve new units which are not going to end anywhere for now. If there is any relief from cabinet, we shall inform you. Now, any of the honorable ministers or PSs who would like to react to this, the PSST. For the rest, I believe members were making proposals for consideration by Minister of Finance. We're going for the regional workshops on the budget. Most of these issues will come up. So I thought these were contributions from the plenary to Minister of Finance, Minister of Roads, Minister of Education and local government and so on to take forward as we develop the budget. The Minister of Finance, PSST, please, in case you want to react to the issues of pay as you earn and so on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, and Honorable Ministers here present, and very active participants in this consultative workshop. I just stand to make one correction for the record. That of Uganda Local Government Association mentioned that the Minister of Finance, in his statement this afternoon, indicated that the 5 cities are going to be operationalized next financial year. That was a result of the error in preparing the statement. Paragraph 57 and paragraph 58 of the minister's statement, for those of you who got that circulated document, needs to be deleted because it is a subject of consultations. There is no conclusion on that matter. So for the record, paragraph 57 and paragraph 58 in the minister's statement should be deleted, and it has reference to operationalization of the remaining 5 cities next financial year. Consultations have not been concluded on that matter. So those 2 paragraphs stay deleted for the record. Otherwise, the rest of the issues, I think, as the Prime Minister has summarized, have been captured as work that will continue in the budget workshops that will start next week at the regional levels. I thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to manage this session. I believe we are left with closing.
Invite me closer.
Now I'm getting more authority now. Imagine I have the authority now to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister to close our retreat, our conference. Thank you. Please energize her with some wonderful clap. She's been with us the whole day, busy as she is, and she gives us the whole day. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda.
You can sit, members. The honorable ministers, the honorable members of parliament, and everybody present, esteemed dear participants, as we come to the end of this day's consultative meeting on the budget priority, achieving this noble goal will require us to do things differently, strengthening accountability and transparency, improving efficiency in budget allocation and execution, like I told you this morning, improving efficiency of public institutions, and government has already embarked on this process, through particularly agriculture, industry, and services. I want to thank and appreciate the local government partners group, the civil society, the local governments, and the private sector for the insightful contributions and observations, including resource mobilization, enhancing capacity of government institutions, human capital development, increasing productivity in the economy, climate change adaptation, and improving public investment management. Other issues that have come up during today's discussion include public debt sustainability, dealing with corruption, PDM implementation, prudent management of urbanization, including waste management. Ladies and gentlemen, I delayed to come this morning because I had a meeting with the Italian ambassador. When we were in Italy, Rimini, for the conference that I had gone late last month, we talked about waste management, and that's why I delayed. And there are development partners, including the government of Italy, that wants us to partner in this regard. And so, the way to go for all our cities, including KCCA, is waste management. The private sector emphasized infrastructure development for competitiveness in agriculture, tourism, mineral development, and STI, and all knowledge economy. The issue of domestic areas was also emphasized, which needs to be given priority in resource allocation. I call upon all stakeholders to pay critical attention to the budget priorities for the next financial year to guide the budgeting process. In this regard, I implore all programs to pay attention to the need to align resource allocation to the plans that are ongoing to grow the economy tenfold. This includes the National Development Plan and the program implementation action plans, to mention but a few. The Office of the Prime Minister, or my office, is going to strengthen monitoring and evaluation of all government programs to ensure realization of the goals set up in this budget strategy and in the budget to grow the economy tenfold. I take note of the requests and proposals made by the local governments, civil society organizations, the private sector. We have taken note of all your concerns and requests and proposals, including your recommendations. I direct the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to examine the feasibility of these proposals or requests. I now take this honor to declare the budget conference for the financial year 2025-2026 officially closed. For God and my country.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for the closing remarks. We'll now sing the anthems in the reverse order. Thank you. Bon appetit.
Internal from Jogesi.
The VIPs will follow the gentleman that is putting up his hand to the tent that he will be taking us to. And then the tent behind us is where the rest of us will be having our lunch. Bon appetit and have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you so much.
Man, move. Hey.